Peace everyone, Unmask here. Welcome back. Today I'm just going to be working on this project here. Um, I think this is my fourth. Yeah, this is my fourth painting for block 2. And yeah, so I'm just going to start painting. I'm streaming at a completely different time than I normally do, so I imagine it'll take some time for people to show up, but that's okay. Hope everyone's having a good week so far. I finished the colored pencil project yesterday, so there's no colored pencil live stream today. Also, just want to mention that the monthly mastery for June is available, so I have that updated on the website as well for those of you in the art club. And if you're not in the art club, then I would love for you to join. If you want to learn everything that I know, uh, I teach it in the art club. All of the projects that I've done over the past few years now, you can learn from those. And of course, you can always ask me questions during the live streams as well. I decided to start painting a little bit earlier than I normally do today because um, I just have a feeling that the weather's going to be really nice and I want to spend some time outside. And I know that if I were to start this at 1400 my time, um, it would most likely take me the rest of the afternoon to finish it. And so I figured I'd just start early. It's been cold here the past few days, so I hope that today the weather is a bit warmer. My strategy here is, as usual, I'm just going to fill in all of the dark shapes first and then just gradually work through my values. And slowly but surely, this painting will come to life today. Let's else pull up my reference photo here. think the cast shadow here, yeah, cast shadows will be very dark also. I think I'll add a little bit to the bottom of the cube here. I can always adjust the thickness of this line with my other values, so I'm just going to make this a little bit easier on myself and switch brushes. I'll grab my smaller brush here. This is number 2, Filbert. Most of the details being kind of small, this is going to be the brush that I probably use a majority of the time today. Oh, hello, Catherine. From Seattle. I lived in Seattle for quite some time. I have I am oh goodness. I have been quite good actually, except for accidentally touching my paper as I looked up to to read your message. You'll be okay. I'll be able to cover that up with the other colors later on. It's it's pretty late there in Seattle. Oh no, you're totally fine. Distract all you want. Yeah, I graduated from the University of Washington, so I spent quite a bit of time living in Seattle. What are you doing up so late? Oh, hey there, B. All trouble sleeping? I'm sorry to hear that. Well, hopefully you can relax during the live stream and peacefully fall asleep. I've had a number of people comment on some of my videos, particular my live streams, saying that they fell asleep, and I don't take it as an insult. I understand that I generally have a calming effect on people. So, yeah, the schedule today B is a little unexpected. I wasn't 100% sure if I was going to paint today. I really wanted to do this project here. I took the reference photo a long time ago, and I knew that it was going to be my next painting, but I never had a Friday open all the chess tournaments and everything. Yeah, I'm not much for squealing. You're right about that. I do like to say hello to people when they come into the live streams, but I don't I don't pretend no, I don't pretend like it's a life-changing event. So I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I just like to have conversations with people, that's all. Did anybody catch um, the verdict on the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case yesterday? I've been guiltily enjoying that um, that reality TV show. Good morning, Margaret. Sunny London. Oh, nice. Oil painting is a lot of fun. You know, it doesn't actually take a lot of supplies to get into oil painting. You can just work with like what I'm doing here is I'm working through a program called Evolve, and if you want to learn more about it, I have links in the description. But all the paintings that I'm doing currently are just monochromatic. Realistically, you could just get black and white. In the program, they send you 4 shades of gray. This is this may look black on screen, but it's actually just a dark gray, not quite pure black. Here I can show you the paint. So here's the 4 shades of gray that they give you. The whole idea is just developing basic understanding of form and values and learning the basics of oil painting, mixing the paint with a medium, brush control, all of those little things. And I do the live streams as a collaboration with them because they asked me if I would do a review of the program for them because I've been oil painting for a really long time, so I'm just doing these for fun because they are indeed fun. And I asked him if I could just do the whole program, just work through the whole program, and I'll live stream it. And so I they're letting me go through the program, and I'm enjoying it. Actually, once I finish a few more of these monochromatic paintings, I will actually be getting into a bit of color, going into block 3 next. but I still have a few projects left to do um, with the monochromatic projects. So, but really just a couple brushes, um, nice palette knife for mixing, a few tubes of paint. This here is Canson um, canvas paper. I couldn't remember the name. Yeah, it's canvas paper. So it's a really inexpensive surface to work on. And a lot of people they associate the thing with oil painting is that people get wrong is that it's messy. And it's really not when you work at this small size like this, and you can really create some just fun fun pieces. This project here, like I mentioned a few moments ago, I took this reference photo, so I just took this picture with my camera, and now I'm painting it. And I just turn the image black and white and work within my value restrictions that the program has set. And it's a lot of fun, very relaxing. Yeah, this is canvas paper, so it has it's what you would imagine it to be. Imagine just gessoed canvas. This is smooth canvas, so there's not a whole lot of texture to it. Um, and then it's just not, it's not on stretcher bars or anything like that. So it's relatively smooth. Personally, I don't like to work on canvas, so I'm glad that they sent me smooth canvas paper instead of like the more rough stuff. I prefer less texture when I'm oil painting. Generally, I will work on a panel, so I like to work on wood um, when I oil paint. But the canvas paper is really good for small projects and just learning the medium. That's really good for that. Hi there, Daniel. Yes, so the program gives you all of the materials, so you don't even have to guess anything. This is linseed oil. This is what I mix the oil paint with to soften it. Because when oil paint comes out of the tube, like if you get oil paint like straight out of the tube, it's not really something that you want to work with right out of the tube because it tends to be rather sticky, and that can make it difficult to blend, or even just moving across your surface that you're painting on. So you add a little bit of oil to make it softer. Like it's hard to explain, but imagine the difference between trying to paint with honey versus trying to paint with mayonnaise. Mayonnaise just being softer and easier to move, whereas honey feels kind of sticky. Um, so that's sort of the difference that you're going for. So the paint right out of the tube can can be kind of hard to move. So you just mix it with a little bit of oil to soften it up. Just about done with this value. A few little spots left. Do I work from dark to light with oil? Uh, Generally, I work dark to light with every medium, and the reason the reason I do that is because when you establish the dark shapes, the thing about I'll try not to go too deep into um, like how to be a proficient artist or anything, but the dark shapes in an image define a lot more than the light shapes. And so, regardless of the medium that you're working in, if you focus on the dark shapes, you'll notice that they have a stronger um, they define what the image is much more than the highlights do. So by focusing on the dark shapes first, it's just easier to progress through whatever it is you're trying to create. All right, I think that is all the dark shapes. Or wait, no, I have a little bit right here on the elbow. Yeah, a little bit on the elbow. Right here. Put that brush aside for now. I'm going to clean off my other brush. While I'm cleaning this brush, let's check in on Udon. I moved the camera in Udon's enclosure so it's a bit closer. But he's just sleeping. All right. By the way, when I'm cleaning my brush, so what I do to clean my brush is I just wipe it on a paper towel. So I just wipe it like this until you can see when I wipe it, it doesn't really, nothing really comes off. Maybe a little bit, but not too much. It takes like quite a few brush strokes to really make the paper towel dirty. But once you put your paintbrush in your other paint, it sort of eliminates that contamination. Oh, hey there, Gila. Yeah, I thought the verdict was fair as well. Yeah, oil paint can take a bit of time to dry, uh, depending on the technique and the medium that you use. So if you use like if you mix like clove oil, and there's a few other oils in that you can mix. So like I mentioned, I'm mixing linseed oil into my paint here. Um, Different oils will change the drying time of your paint. So that's something to be mindful of when you choose an oil. Uh, they're all going to, pretty much all of them extend the drying time to some degree, but there are some oils that make oil paint dry faster. So that's obviously an option as well. Um, the amount of paint that you apply to your surface is probably the biggest factor in how long it takes for it to dry. Because I have oil paintings that took months to dry because of how many layers I applied and how thick I put the paint on and all of that. So those are big contributing factors to uh, drying time with oil paint. I think I can hear the landscapers outside mowing the grass. It's been a long time since I heard a lawnmower. It's really nice that the weather is getting very spring-like. Look forward to this summer. Does oil paint only contain pigment and oil, or is there other stuff to change the viscosity? So there's three key ingredients. You have the pigment, you have the oil medium, and then you have filler. Depending on the quality of oil paint that you purchase. So for instance, if you buy like entry level beginner oil paints, it's going to have a higher degree of filler to sort of, for cost reasons, right? The more filler, the cheaper the paint is going to be because the cheaper it is to produce. And as you go up in quality, it it becomes closer and closer to just being an oil medium plus pigment. So there's less and less filler. You're probably always going to have a little bit of filler. I don't know. There's varying degrees of ingredients that producers will use um, in their filler, and that filler can have all kinds of different effects. Whether it can make the paint more translucent, or it can make it more opaque. It can make it dry faster. It can make it dry slower. It can make it heavier, or it can make it lighter. So there is some varying changes in the ingredients. It's not just it's not just oil and pigment. So yeah, that's a good question. The same is true with like colored pencils or pastels. There's always, you know, slight variations of ingredients in terms of quality that you're going to be receiving. So it's something to be aware of when you're purchasing oil paint. Because if you're going to purchase oil paint, like I said, you don't actually need like to go out and buy a bunch of colors. You can really just start with black and white. And if you were to get like, I don't know, 50 to 50 to 70 milliliters of of a tube, so rather small tube to give you an example here. Have the size on it? It does not have the size. Okay, yeah, this is 60 right here. This tube of paint is going to last a really long time. This is just 60 milliliters. So if you were to buy black and white, just to get your feet wet and sort of experiment with oil paint, um, get the highest quality paint that you can. A tube like that, a 60 mil tube of really high quality paint is probably going to be it'll be over $10. Probably be around 15. But between 10 and 15, you're you're going to spend like maybe $20 for for black and white. You don't have to go as high as 60 milliliters either. You could go a little bit lower. Um, just for the sake of spending less money. But I would say that getting good oil paint is far superior than getting one of those like oil paint starter kits that have, I don't know, 15 tubes of paint, but they're all really low quality for the same price. It would be much better to get high quality paint and less of it than it would be to get low quality paint and a whole bunch of variations of colors, especially if you're just starting out. It's just not necessary. So, oh, that's cool. I haven't really done too much watercolors, but I've been really interested in getting into gouache. I have a set of acrylic gouache, but I don't like it because it's acrylic gouache, and acrylic gouache is not really there's not really much difference between acrylic gouache and acrylic paint, except for the very matte, opaque pigments. Um, but I've been looking at some brands of gouache. I want to get some traditional gouache, um, and do some illustration paintings. But it's difficult to balance all the mediums that I do. I've done so many different mediums over the years, and it, it was most beneficial to my YouTube channel to just focus on pastels and colored pencils. So I sort of just stuck with that for the past few years now. And I don't teach oil paint, but of course you can ask me all the questions that you want while I'm live streaming because, you know, what would be the point otherwise? Oh, hey there, Cherry. That's okay. At least you're able to pop in and say hi. Anybody have any exciting plans for the weekend? Cherry, you're remodeling your kitchen, right? Or, you're still working on that, aren't you? You probably got a lot of work to do. I'll be doing live art critique tomorrow, by the way, just in case anybody missed the announcement in the past couple live streams. You're gonna see Bob Dylan tomorrow night? Oh, that's exciting. Concerts are always fun. I haven't been to a concert in, oh goodness, I don't even know how long. The last concert I went to was um, Intervals and Polyphia. My wife and I went to Prague to see them in concert. Took like a 4 hour train ride just to just to see them. Always fun to visit a new city. Jubilee Street Party. Oh, that sounds like a blast. I've been to Buckingham Palace. That's cool though. Yeah, that's cool. I haven't been to London for a number of years either. I've been there a few times, but it's been a while. Yeah, it's been a while since I've been to London. Before, well, actually, both before and after my wife and I got married, it took a little bit of time to apply for my residency here in Poland. And because I didn't have residency, I was required to leave the area. Schengen areas. It's like Poland and Germany, Czech Republic. I think maybe France. It's like this collection of countries or whatever in this general area. Um, and the UK is outside of the Schengen area. And so there's this stupid rule that if you don't have residency yet, then you have to, every 90 days, you have to leave the Schengen area and then come back. And so when I moved to Poland and I was, it was like one time before my wife and I got married, and then I think one time after, and then one trip. So I took my wife and my mother-in-law to London, um, and then I flew back and forth a couple times myself because of that rule about not having residency yet. Oh, hey there, Top Snoo. I'm doing good. Yeah, it has been a while. Yep, just doing some painting. I actually over the past weekend, I I took first in a classical tournament in a neighboring city. Yeah, it was 8 rounds of classical chess, and I went seven or 6 out of 8. So my score was 6 out of 8, and I took first place. Thank you. I didn't play my best chess, but I played well enough to win. That was, that was about it. The 2 games that I ended up losing in the tournament, I was actually winning. I was up a piece in both of them, but the position was just so difficult to navigate. I ended up blundering in both of them, but it was still fun. I enjoyed it. You go shopping for microwave meals, all because you don't have a kitchen. Yeah, that's understandable. That's understandable. I would just build a fire oven in my backyard before I were to buy a microwave oven. Microwave ovens are not common here in Poland. They're not. Nobody nobody really owns them. I don't remember the last time I've ever used a microwave oven either. I think not a microwave oven, but a microwave. Hmm. Yeah, it's been a real long time. It's been over a decade since I've even owned a microwave. And even when I did own one, I didn't use it. Yeah, it's been a long time. Probably since high school, actually, now that I think about it a bit more. Probably since high school, I haven't used a microwave. Oh, you love chess? Oh, that's cool, Catherine. Yeah, I play chess all the time. Um, like I said, I just got back from a classical tournament. Um, I played, um, and I played another classical tournament 2 weekends ago in the same city. I live in Katowice, but the city that I played in was Wrocław. I am trying to plan another classical tournament. There's the Krakow Chess Championship happening in 3 weeks or about 4 weeks. And I want to play in that. I'm waiting for my wife to figure out if it's a possibility because it coincides with her boss's birthday, and he he keeps changing the day that he's going to celebrate his birthday, and so I'm trying to get him to decide which day it's going to be because it may end up being that it's the Friday before the tournament, And if that's the case, I can go, but I'll have to take the bus in the morning before round one, which isn't, it's not too terrible. I would like to go. I'm trying to get my FIDE rating up higher. Yeah, chess is pretty much my only hobby. Art used to be my hobby, but now it's my job. So I had to find a new hobby. Um, and I got into chess a few years ago, learned how to play, and I just really enjoy studying the game and getting better. I like to do that a lot. How I spend majority of my free time is just spent playing chess. How long do I monochrome oil before adding color? Oh, actually, I'm not adding color at all. If I was adding color, I wouldn't do it like this. If I was adding color, I would be adding color. I don't do it in black and white and then add color later. These paintings here, like I said, are part of the Evolve program, and they remain monochromatic like this. The whole point of the first couple parts of the program, because the program is designed for people that have never oil painted in their life, which is not me. I've oil painted a lot in my life. Um, they wanted me to do a review of it, so I just got to do the program for free as a professional, and it was just something fun to add to my life. So I wanted to do the whole thing just for fun. And all of the paintings, when you start off, you are focusing on learning brush control, creating gradients, um, identifying values, and creating form. So those are the foundations of the program that you have to learn first. So you do a lot of practice paintings like this, in order to get good at those skills, and then they send you color. They'll send you the box for block 3 and 4. They send you another box of supplies that include your colors, and then you do your artwork with colors. And they introduce how to use colors and all of that. So um, that's basically how it works. Oh, thank you, Margaret. Yeah, the steady hands. I think I could easily be a surgeon. Oh, you mean how long would I dedicate to this style before moving to color? Um, you don't have to really dedicate too much time to it. I would say if you it depends on how well you understand the concept of value. But doing it with this very particular method that the program walks you through, they have you do 15 painting or no, they have you do 35 paintings like this. From an absolute beginner, I'd say 35 paintings isn't bad. That's a good amount of paintings. If you can do a lot of them. Um, you could probably do like the first 20 paintings in about a month, which seems crazy, like 20 paintings in a month, but like the first like five or six are so fundamental that they should only take you a couple hours at most, and even less in some cases. So uh, that um, that might not be necessary if you do the projects on your own. Like say for instance, you buy black and white to learn how to use the brushes, to learn how to mix your paint, to learn how to create gradients, all of that. If you did 10 paintings, then I'd say you could probably just start adding some color into your work. Yeah, you don't have to refrain from using color for a really long time or anything. So it's just more or less about not rushing into color if you don't have some basic fundamentals of painting. Like you said that you used gouache, you used watercolors. So I imagine that with the gouache and watercolors, you worked with color. So you have some already basic brushwork understanding. You probably created gradients. So although it's a little bit different with oil painting than gouache or watercolor for that matter, um, you have some brush control already. You have an understanding of brush control and all of that. So, um, yeah, I'd say like 10 paintings to sort of just get used to oil painting. Keep it simple, and then you can do more complex projects like I'm doing here. Like this is a more complex subject matter than what they have you do in the program. But if you were to just start off with like little shapes like this, and then start adding shapes that have a bit more form to them, a bit more complexity, work your way up to something like what I'm doing here, then yeah, you'll be more than capable of just jumping right into color because the technique doesn't change all that much once you add color to your work. It's more just a basic understanding of light value and establishing shapes, but instead of just establishing your shapes based off of value, you're also color matching and stuff like that. So that's where things get a little bit more complex. there, Poke. I'm going to leave the arm blank for now and come back to it. Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, oil paint is my favorite medium. It has been for many, many years, and I don't think it will ever change. There's still a couple mediums that I need to, branch out and try, but I don't have much hope that they're going to dethrone the greatest medium ever made. I always you would probably think that I would want to teach oil painting as opposed to color pencils and pastel, given that it is my favorite medium. But I refrain from doing it for a few different reasons. The first reason is because I was also sort of um, I sort of had the general feeling that a lot of people do, where they, oil paint is extremely complex. There's a lot of like investment to get started. You need a lot of space. You need a lot of materials, and there's a lot to understand just to get started. But that's actually not. That's actually the wrong perspective. So I don't have that perspective anymore. Um, but the other reason, the main reason I don't teach it dedicatedly like I do colored pencils or pastels is because I want it to. I sort of just want to keep it to myself. Like I want to do it for fun. I want to keep it as something that I do for fun and not something I do for a living. And honestly, the amount of flexibility and the amount of flexibility and the number of techniques that exist with oil paint is so vast that I don't even think I really scratch the surface of the medium. So that's also something that I sort of hold back from. Like I don't want to. I don't know if I want to get into that. There's still so much that I have to learn about oil paint that I just don't feel comfortable teaching it. Funny enough, because it is a very deep medium, very deep medium. So many advanced techniques and everything. So, um, am I good at making flaws look good in paint? I don't know. That seems kind of a subjective thing that I don't know if I could judge myself on that. I would say the best way to make flaws look good is to not have them. And I try to not have them. So um, if the artwork looks good to people, then I suppose I suppose I am good at making flaws look good because generally I get a pretty positive response to my artwork. Actually, I don't actually recall any. I don't recall anybody saying anything negative about my work in terms of quality or execution or anything like that. So I guess the answer is yes. I'm not quite sure I understand what perfect shadowing is versus normal shadowing. The ventilating the art room. So my room isn't too big. I mean, my flat has ventilation. Most flats have some sort of ventilation. Um, I mean, if you're working in a closet with the door shut, then I would say don't do that. But if you're working like in your bedroom or your kitchen and say like my window is shut right now, but um like my bedroom door is not shut, and so the air flowing through the whole flat is more than enough. Like um oil paint is not so toxic that you need to wear a respirator just because you're inside of a room. Um, the there are some paints that have a stronger smell, and you may want to avoid locking yourself in a small room with it. But at the end of the day, ventilating is not something that you have to be too concerned about. It's something that you should be concerned about if you're in a really small, tight, closed space. Like if you have a really small kitchen and there's no all the doors and windows are shut, it's probably not a good idea. But if you're in a a small room, you have the door open and there's all the air throughout the entire flat, you're gonna be fine. Like you're not gonna you know fall over and go unconscious because of the fumes or anything like that. So um, not a whole lot to be fearful of in that regard. That's also something that a lot of people um, ask about with oil paint, but it's really not that bad. It's not that serious, anyways. Hi there. Um, I'll just say AR40. Which medium has the best blending? Oh, I don't think there's a medium that stands out as far as blending capabilities. Like your blendability is more technique than medium. But if you really wanted to have, if you're talking about like the medium that is by far the easiest for blending, it's airbrushing. If you've ever airbrushed, that is the easiest way to create blending because the machine does it for you essentially. It's by far the easiest. The hardest, um, truthfully, I don't know what the hardest would be. I never really liked acrylic paint because creating large smooth gradients with acrylic paint is kind of annoying to do, especially within like confined shapes. Within confined shapes, it's really annoying. I never liked it, which is partly why I don't really care too much for acrylic paint. Because if you're gonna paint with acrylic paint, you might as well just paint with oil because it's better. It looks better. It's 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 just better. Oil paint is just better than acrylic on every day of the week. Every positive that you could say about acrylic, oil is just better in whatever that way is. But I'm biased in that regard because, like I said, oil paint is my favorite medium, and I've painted with acrylic paint for many years. I When I first started painting, I started painting with acrylic paint, and I painted with acrylic paint for 10 years, like 10 years before I ever got into oil paint. Um, and as soon as I got into oil painting, I was like, this. I was disappointed that it took me so long to get into it because it's just so much better. It's just so much better. I thought that I enjoyed painting when I painted with acrylic paint. And then I got into oil painting and I realized that I love painting. I liked painting, but I mostly just drew and inked. That was that was like my favorite thing, just regular graphite and ink. And then I got into oil painting, and then painting became my favorite thing. I do not know arsenic color. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I don't think I've ever heard of that before. Describing a color as light black seems seems like a really weird way of saying gray. Oh, hey there, Carol. Yeah, it's been a while. Yeah, I started my stream a little bit early today because I just um I'm doing it off the cuff. Yeah, it wasn't really a planned thing. It was just I knew I wanted to paint today. I wanted to paint. I wasn't 100% sure if I was going to, and I got my I got my drawing all ready, and um I I actually slept good. Yeah, so I woke up pretty early. Woke up before my alarm clock, and I was just ready to start my day. And so I got my canvas all prepared, transferred my drawing onto it, and then before I knew it, I was like, well, I guess I'm ready to paint. And it was like 9:30 or something in the morning. And so I made breakfast and just took my time, and I was ready to paint about 10. And so I was like, well, I had a few things to do. I had to update my website a little bit this morning as well, and And then once I finished that, I was like, okay, well, I guess I'll paint now. And so I just made the thumbnail for the live stream and scheduled the live stream like 10 minutes out, which ended up being like 10:30. And then I think I started like 5 minutes early or something. Oh, hi there, Ron. Why people are reluctant to try out oil paint over acrylics? I think it's just because people have a misconception of the complexity of oil paint. Because there is a lot of, there's a lot of videos with all kinds of different techniques and procedures. I mean, even people even complicate cleaning their brushes. So it's understandable. There's a lot of misconceptions about the toxicity of oil paint and just a bunch of stuff. And it's not to say that that stuff isn't true. It's just it's only part of the story, I guess you could say. Because I don't use any solvent whatsoever with my oil painting process, right? Like this particular oil painting process, no solvent is involved. Um, you can just use you can just use soap to clean your brush because soap breaks down oil. And I'll be honest, that was one of the things that I learned with the Evolve program is just how easy it actually is to clean your paintbrushes. Get just get like a bar of soap, just any bar of soap. You could probably get like a stronger like oil breaking down bar of soap, like maybe something that you'd find at like a garage where they work on cars and stuff. And you just take that bar of soap, get it wet, and just wipe your brush on it. And then rinse it and wipe your brush on it. And the soap just breaks down the oil. And then you just wipe your brush with it. And honestly, I've never, the bristles on this brush look brand new. I've never actually gotten my paintbrushes this clean before with this method. And it's better than any solvent cleaner contraption because I used to use this automatic cleaner. You like pour solvent in it and you put your paintbrush in it. It has little brushes that spin and clean the brush and stuff. And you try to get the brush as clean as possible with actual solvent, like toxic turpentine type of solvent. And the brushes really never got that clean, you know. But with just a bar of soap, it gets it cleaner than anything I've ever used. Um, how many members do I have in the art club? Oh, I think I have about 200. So yeah, the art club is doing well. Hopefully I can add a few more people. I'd love to get a few more people signed up on the art club. Can I recommend a good brush brand? Truthfully, I cannot. The reason I can't is because I've always used the cheapest paintbrushes that I find. So I've never tried to find like a high quality brand of any type when it comes to the paintbrushes that I use. And so I don't really know the names of any that I could even point you in the right direction. Yeah. Um, unfortunately. I've always had the opinion when it comes to paintbrushes that it doesn't matter. I always use synthetic bristle brushes for my oil painting, by the way. That's the only thing I look for. I just if it a soft bristle synthetic filbert or round brush. That's all that I use. For this painting here, I will only be using filbert brushes. Filbert is just the shape, not the brand, just in case anybody was curious of what I mean by filbert. Filbert is this tapered, rounded shape. Um, that's the shape of the brush. And these are Old Holland brushes. These came with the Evolve program, so I didn't like go out and buy these. And I'd say that these are pretty good brushes, you know. So you could try these brushes out. But really, I've always had the opinion that brushes don't matter. I have yet to be convinced otherwise. I think that it is always the holder of the brush that makes a brush good or not. How do I get motivated when you don't feel like drawing? Recently, after an artwork, you're just not motivated to draw. That's understandable. So my personal process to stay motivated and stay creative is when I when I wake up in the morning, like I when I wake up in the morning, I turn on my computer, check my email, just make sure everything like business wise is okay. I don't have any like email questions or comments on YouTube, that kind of stuff. That's sort of my morning routine, and I don't always need to seek out motivation or inspiration, but when I do, I go to a website called um, art art. I forgot the website name. It's called Art Station. Oh goodness, yeah, it's called Art Station, and I just look at artwork. I used to go to DeviantArt, but DeviantArt became just a dumpster fire of it just became a dumpster fire. I don't like and I don't recommend DeviantArt to anybody anymore. Um, which is unfortunate because DeviantArt is actually how I met my wife. Uh, but it's gone so far downhill that I just can't bring myself to go to it anymore. So I go to ArtStation and I just look at the amazing artwork that people produce, and um, I will I'll find things that maybe I'll like to copy, like I'll like to redraw it or repaint it. Now, ArtStation is majority 3D art and digital art, but it doesn't phase me because good art is good art regardless of what medium it's done in. And so I like to do that. I like to look at what other people are creating, and when I see what amazing stuff people are creating, that's what motivates me to also push myself to create more and to create better. You know, I just always try to push myself to do my best in that regard, and so I like ArtStation. That's my secret motivational tool. I just like to look at other people's artwork and start my day with that. Oftentimes, I'll just make a cup of tea and just peruse through ArtStation. And the there's a few reasons why I prefer ArtStation over DeviantArt or Pinterest or Instagram or anything like that. The The first reason is that ArtStation is targeted towards professionals. So the work that you're going to see is generally by aspiring professionals or actual professionals. And so the caliber of work is consistently very good, which I like a lot. I like, if I want motivation, if I want inspiration, I want to see high caliber work. I want to see what people are actually capable of. And you get that from ArtStation. On Pinterest, Pinterest is almost too good. I would say Pinterest is better for references and photographs, mm, better for that than it is like looking at artwork, because their algorithm is so good that if you want to look at drawings of or paintings of landscapes, you'll sort of get paintings of landscapes that all sort of look far too similar to each other. So there's less variation there when you like search something in particular. But Pinterest can still be fun. I do like to browse through Pinterest, but mainly for references. Sometimes just seeking references can be inspirational. I have folders upon folders upon folders of years and years and years of just collecting photo references and even artwork character references that I want to emulate or something, where I'm like, oh, I like that, and I just save it. And occasionally I'll just pop into one of my many folders of years of artwork and photographs that I've saved just to remind me of things that I like. So that's one reason I prefer ArtStation over those. The other thing is they have a very good standard when it comes to risque artwork. I am I think I'm a free speech absolutist. Um, there's there's nothing that you can't say in your artwork that will offend me. Um, and so I think that the artwork that you produce, you have free range to produce it in any manner that you wish, and I don't hold that against anybody. The only thing is, it has to actually be art. If you give a baby if you give a toddler an iPhone and they just walk around taking pictures, there's a pretty good chance that out of like 1 out of 10,000 pictures that they take is actually going to be really good photograph. But a majority of them are just going to be like randomly shot photographs. There's less artistic value in that um, because even a broken watch is right twice a day. And what I consider to be what I consider when I consider things to have artistic value, there has to be a conscious purpose. It can't be accidental. Accidents are have far less artistic value in my opinion. And the kind of work and the kind of things you come across on DeviantArt is there's a lot of just accidents, and a lot of those accidents I would even describe as just being flat out inappropriate um, and unnecessary. And you can't just go through artwork without seeing it on DeviantArt. So they just let themselves go downhill. Where on ArtStation they have a much higher degree of scrutiny, uh, which filters all that stuff out, and it doesn't exist on the website. And I like that. I prefer that. Um, yeah, I'm trying to think of. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Just go to ArtStation. You'll see what I mean. Um, what's the latest thing that I thought, wow, that's a good idea in art? Huh. That's that's a yeah, that's a hard question. That is a hard question. Yeah, actually, it's not as hard as I thought. I was just I just needed to think of what it was. So, when I made my YouTube channel, the reason I there was a few reasons that I wanted to make my YouTube channel. Doing it as a living was not one of them. That was sort of in the famous words of Bob Ross, a happy accident. But what I really enjoyed and what sort of got me into doing it is time lapse videos. I really enjoyed watching artists create their work, in 5 minutes, just seeing it from beginning to end. And I came across this one video. Couldn't I couldn't even tell you what the painting is of. All I can say is that it's a time lapse video. It's an oil painting. I have no idea who the artist was. This is like 10 years ago. I came across this one particular video, and the production value is what stood out the most. Like the artist, the artwork, none of that even. I don't even know what the picture was of. I don't even think I could find the video if I tried. But what stood out to me was the quality of the video itself. And in comparison to the plethora of other time lapse videos that I watched, this one stood out to be one of the best. And I I thought, doesn't why don't other people make videos this good? Like, it wouldn't be that difficult to make better time lapse videos. And so some of my motivation starting was to make better time lapse videos than what I was watching. So I wanted to, create my art and also make better time lapse videos than everybody else. And the only reason I'm saying this is because the thing that I came across it recently, was somebody making better time lapse videos. Um, and they were painting they were painting in gouache, I believe, and they're doing still frames from like their favorite anime. So they're just painting like anime scenes, and they're making decent. I could do better. I've done better. Time lapse videos. They're making decent time lapse videos of the process, and it's great. I was like, that's lovely. It's just something that I came across recently. So yeah, that was the longest answer I could possibly give to that question. But yeah, I felt like all that information was necessary. So there you go. There's the last thing. It's probably a couple weeks ago. Yes, I do know Bob Ross. I've watched Bob Ross ever since I was a kid. I grew up watching him on TV. clean this brush a little bit. Let's check in on Udon. Oh, what a surprise. He's still sleeping. He's always sleeping. That's all he does. He's just a sleeper. Right. Let's grab this color really quick. It's a sliver of highlight right in here. This little tiny space here is difficult to get. There we go. Still a little tiny sliver right up in the front here. And I'll try to smooth out the edge. This is what 2 decades worth of brush control looks like. There we go. Nice and straight and flat. Okie dokie. Let's fill in the rest of the mannequin here. No, it's fine. You don't have to keep your questions or comments or anything brief. You can use as long-winded explanations or questions as you feel is necessary to convey whatever it is you want. I think YouTube has like a character limit on your chat, but I do not. So honestly, the more questions you ask, the more you talk, the more enjoyable the whole thing is for me. So the more you talk, the more I enjoy live streaming. If people talked more during my live streams, I would probably stream a lot longer. But the thing is, a majority of the time is I'm teaching, and the people watching are either listening to learn or they are following along. And when you're doing either of those things, you tend to chat less. So um, it's harder. It's harder during those times for me to keep streaming because people aren't as chatty. But I'm not teaching today. I'm just doing what I love. I'm just painting and having fun. Don't I get distracted while drawing due to the live chat? Not at all. I mean, sometimes the distraction the distraction isn't from the live chat, it's from myself answering a question. Like when I feel like I have something to say, I tend to forget to paint or draw in those moments, because I like to talk with my hands quite a bit, and so it's hard to talk with your hands when you need to use them to draw or paint. But aside from that, I wouldn't say that chat distracts me. I welcome the distraction actually. I like the questions. I love the comments and you know everything. Giving my opinion on different subjects or just talking about anything random. That's why I like live streaming. I don't have a lot of social interactions in real life. So my social interactions mainly revolves around my live stream, and I enjoy it. I enjoy the interaction. Making watercolor swatch cards. Oh, that's cool. I understand, Remy. Yeah. Mm, maybe you can get some of those small canvases that are like this big, like really small canvases, and those baby what is it? Easel, like they're really small easels that are like this tall, and then the canvases are only like 6 by 6 centimeters. Get a couple of those and sit outside in the summer or when it's not raining. You're in the Netherlands, aren't you, Remy? Am I misremembering? Oh, hey there, Maurisa. Good to see you again. Oh, I see, I see. Oh, Denmark. Well, yeah, Netherlands is always rainy too, so I was thinking that's why I was thinking about the rain. That's right. Denmark. Geographically, I wasn't too far off. It was in this general vicinity. The rainy area. Oh, hey there, Victor. I guess everybody's waking up now. Well, yeah, I mean, we're both in Europe. I hope most of us have at least been up for 5 or 6 hours by this point. But Victor is in Florida, correct? So it's just the sun's just coming up over there. Or I guess it's been up for a little while. In Florida anyway. Sun probably rises around 4 o'clock. All right, I think I'm gonna change my brush and focus a bit on each individual section before moving on. Oh, Baltimore. Wait, then who is it that I'm thinking Florida? Baltimore. Well, you're still East Coast time. So you're 6 hours behind me, so it's just now just a little after 6 there in Baltimore. Um, well, goodness, if if Victor's in Baltimore, then who was it in Florida? I try to keep track of people's names, and when they tell me where they're from, I try to remember where they're from. But at this point, it's like it's tough. There's so many people. Like I think Gila, I think she's still in chat possibly, but I know she's in Germany, and her user I don't even know her username off the top of my head. Um, where's it at? Sue Hall, Sue Hall or something. I don't even know how to say her username, but I remember her actual name for years now. Like it's been like 3 years maybe. And of course you as well, Remy. Um, yeah, I try to remember names. Yeah, I need a world map with pens and everything. Just try to keep track of everybody, keep track of everybody's name and where they're from. I'm trying. Maybe if I saw him in chat, maybe if I saw his username in chat, I would realize that that's who's from Florida. Okay, I gotta remember that Victor is in Baltimore. All right, changing brushes. Let's see. I'm gonna just work on this leg here. Create a bit of gradient. I suppose I can zoom in a little bit. I think I'll try to make sure I stay in frame. Is what from the online program? Or are you just referring to this project in general? This project I am doing for the Evolve program, yes, but this is my own reference photo. So just to give anybody that may be interested in joining the Evolve program, first off, um, make sure that you use the code in the description. Use the link and the code in the description. Because I'm pretty sure I still have at least one person that can sign up for the program and get $100 off. Um, but block one, where you'll start, you have 20 reference photos that they give you, and you paint those. When you finish painting those 20 reference photos, you then get into block two, where you learn proportional drawing. And proportional drawing is a really, really old technical way of drawing from life. And they teach you just the fundamentals of proportional drawing. Think of a proportional drawing, if you don't know what it is, think of it as the grid method, but no grid. So you use the same principles of the grid method. You just do it without the grid. You do it with measurements instead of a grid. But you do 10 drawings. So you create what's called a shadow box, and you set up your own references with different shapes and everything. And you do proportional drawings. You do 10 proportional drawings for the first half of block two. Once you do your proportional drawings, you then do 10 paintings. And I am on painting number 4 right now. This is my fourth out of 10 that I have to do for block 2. And so this is my own reference photo as per block 2. And the I almost knew immediately what I was going to do for my block 2 references. So I went out and I bought 2 figures, 2 like mannequin drawing figures. I have the male and I have the female version of them. And so I just create these poses with them and took the reference photo. And now I'm painting it. So that's sort of the whole deal with this project. But yeah, it's still part of the program. All the oil paintings that you'll see me do pretty much for the remainder of this year, I project will all be for the Evolve program. Oh, you're learning proportional drawing. That's cool. Yeah, proportional drawing is a really good way to learn to draw. It's a very calculated method, which I, of course, greatly agree with. Takes the mystery, it takes the magic out of drawing, which truthfully, there is no magic in the first place, so there's no harm. There's no harm in that type of uh, structure in teaching drawing. But yeah, it can get complicated for some people pretty quickly, which is why I tend to tell people to just learn the grid method. Because the grid method teaches you the same concept, the same sort of mathematical or analytical is a better way, the analytical way of approaching um, art. And it's it's helpful to learn the grid method for that reason alone. And then you build off of the grid method, and you're just better at drawing. Any explanation? Did I miss a question? Oh, um, as you add gradient, the paint is still wet. Yes, that is correct. So you can blend. Yeah, the paint. Excuse me. The paint will be dry. I mean, not dry. The paint will be wet at this amount of paint that I'm adding. It will be wet for about 18 hours. And then after 18 hours, it's going to be a little tacky. So, like if you touch it, it will still transfer onto your finger. And then I'd say it would be tacky for like another 12 hours or so. It takes about 2 days for it to dry to the touch a little bit. You wouldn't want to touch it, but you have you have quite a bit of time. Um, you have quite a bit of time to blend the paint, which is why just oil paint is so great because you have just a ton of time to do this. Uh, why why are the mammary glands so large? That's a good question. So this is um, a drawing mannequin that I have. Like I purchased this. I didn't make it. I didn't change the size of anything. It's just the way the mannequin is. I didn't make it that way. I didn't ask for it to be made that way. It's just what it is. And I just drew it as it is. That's that's the only explanation I got for you, unfortunately. If you're looking for anything more than that, you're gonna have to contact the company that produces these mannequins and ask them why. I tried to find the the best. I tried to find the best mannequins that I could that were fully articulatable. Because um, these ones you can do all kinds of really unique poses with, which is why I got them. I wanted to be able to really change their pose and make them look lifelike, you know, in their natural poses. But yeah, that's a funny question. I understand that. I understand the question, the need for the question, but funny. Yeah. Oil paints will stay wet different lengths of time depending on the thickness of the layer that you apply and also the medium the oil paint is mixed with. So there's different mediums, and just to clarify, mediums can be things like um, solvent or like Gamsol or oil and different variations of oil. So um, depending on what you mix with your oil paint will change potentially change the drying length, either speeding it up or slowing it down. I had a similar question earlier as well. Sorry, I'm trying to stay in frame. Um, well, you take some art classes in architecture school, don't you? Some drawing classes or painting classes or something like that. Depending on which part of Poland you live in. Because I have a friend, Artur, that he's an architect, and um, he was explaining to me that he had to take like art class for the I guess the more creative, the more creative part or aspect of architecture. Yeah, I think he said he took drawing. Like he took an artistic drawing class. Welcome back, Cherry. Now, usually I don't move the canvas around. Um, I I'm moving the canvas around because I'm working flat. So my table is flat right now. And I only do that for these oil painting live streams because I like to be able to just set my paint over off just to the side here, and it's just the easier setup for me to do this. But restricting restricting your movement, I find that to be a pretty bad idea. So forcing you to not move the canvas, I don't know why they would teach you that. To be honest with you, that seems like a really bad idea because um, you should always flip your canvas. Flipping your canvas allows you to view your artwork from different perspectives. So if I flip this upside down, the way I see like the blending on her legs is different, and I might even be able to pinpoint where something feels wrong. Whereas if I'm looking at it the way that I'm painting it, I might not have that same perspective. Do I teach somewhere in school or maybe in your own classes, or is it just on YouTube? So I teach just on YouTube. I do private lessons also. So I teach on YouTube or on um, um, Skype or what's the program? I don't know. Yeah, the other thingy. Oh, you live in Gliwice. Ah, I see, yeah. Yeah, obviously there's exceptions to like rotating your canvas and stuff if you're working large. But in general, I would say if it's small like this, then uh, keep yourself as comfortable as possible. That would be my rule. Keep yourself as comfortable as possible while working. That's far more important than being restrictive with your canvas mobility. Because I've done a lot of really large paintings and murals where obviously if it's a wall you can't rotate it. So you adjust your position. But when I'm live streaming, you know, I can't really position change my position as much. I'm stuck pretty stationary. So being able to move my canvas allows me to make the necessary adjustments to the position that I can't do otherwise. Oh yeah, holding your painting up in a mirror, that's also something that you can do. Oh, you live in Germany now. Oh, okay, okay. What part of Germany do you live in? My wife has family in trying to think of where was it? I can't remember. I think it started with a D. Um, hmm. Yeah, I can't remember where it was in Germany. I think it was I think it's east of Berlin. Dortmund. Dortmund. That's what it was. Yeah, she has family in Dortmund. Yeah, German words are super hard to pronounce. I have a couple friends that are German and that I play video games with, and every time they switch to German, I always have a motivation to learn a German word or something. And so I'll ask them like, oh, how do you say this or that in German? And they'll just say some, they'll just say some crazy word, and I'll spend like the next 20 minutes trying to pronounce it, and they'll just laugh at me. Yeah, have, I would never learn German. Just not gonna happen. I can't pronounce anything correctly. My wife speaks a little bit of German. She spent a couple years living in Germany before we met, but she can pronounce it and read it pretty well, but I can't even come close. I didn't know this, but after a certain age, like after I want to say like the age of 15 or something, 15 or 16, somewhere around there, if you haven't started learning a second language, then you actually lose a good portion of the ability to hear certain sounds in other languages. Because like a lot of pretty much every language has their own unique sounds that exist. Like in Polish, they have the sound, like this sort of like throatiness, and then they have the like the sound with the ch. Um, and then of course the three different z's, zet, jet, and jet. I still can't hear the difference between jet and jet. So when I come across, I can't really hear the difference between zh and zh, which is like a D, a D and a Z versus a Z with a dot on top, or or RZ. I think it's zh. Yeah, it's like zh and zh. I don't even know if I'm making those sounds different enough, but um, yeah, I can't hear the difference between them. Or there's another one which is sh. So there's sz, and then there's si, and the difference is the name Kasha versus the brand of butter Kasha. And I can't hear the difference. Or there's the the grain kasha. I think maybe it's a brand, but kasha manna, which is just in the U.S. we call them I call it malto meal, but I can't hear the difference. So yeah. I say them properly. That's good. That's good. Uh, that makes me feel a little bit better about my Polish, but goodness gracious, is it difficult? Yeah, I don't know the sounds, the unique sounds in the German language. I just don't know enough about that language. I never studied it at all, so I don't know any words or anything like that. You have to look up how it came that I live in Poland. Well, I'm happy to tell the story. It's my favorite story to tell. So um, I was in the military. I lived in Washington State. I originally I lived in Everett when I was in the military. After I got out of the military, I went to university, um, and I moved to Seattle, and I went to school at the University of Washington. And while I was in school is when I started my YouTube channel. And my YouTube channel was just a hobby. It was just something that I liked to do when I wasn't studying. Because I got my degree in math, so I spent a tremendous amount of time studying. And one of the things that I did also was I would post my artwork on DeviantArt when DeviantArt wasn't a dumpster fire. And my wife, she also was a bit of an artist. She liked to make jewelry. At this point in time, this would have been 2015. No, 2014. 2014, she lived in Germany. I don't, at this point, I'm not sure how long, maybe a year or something. She lived in Germany taking care of her uncle. And for her, in her free time, she would just make jewelry out of polymer clay. And so she would post her jewelry on DeviantArt. And um, one day, I met a fellow YouTuber from Australia through YouTube, and he also had a DeviantArt. His name's Nick. And he liked some of my artwork on DeviantArt, and it just so happened he also liked some of my wife's jewelry. And so when you like something on DeviantArt, you get notified just like every social media in existence. And so she came over to his DeviantArt page and ended up seeing some of my artwork. And she liked my artwork. And because she found my artwork on DeviantArt, she saw that I had a YouTube channel doing such artwork. And so she came over to my YouTube channel and began watching my YouTube channel and commenting, and that led her to my Facebook fan page, my Unmask Art Facebook page. And I noticed her liking my artwork on Facebook as well as DeviantArt as well as YouTube, and leaving comments and stuff like that. Well, one day she, for whatever reason, which if you knew my wife, you would know is completely out of her character. She messaged me on DeviantArt with some critiques of my YouTube channel, of my videos. She thought that I could do better or something. And like not having louder music or something. I can't remember what her critique was exactly. But I thanked her for her input and everything, because it wasn't like a negative or anything. She was nice about it. Um, and at this point, I don't think I even had 100 subscribers. This would have been about 6 months after I started my YouTube channel. So not doing it for very long. And so I asked her, I said, "Hey, is there anything that you would like me to draw?" And so she sent me a picture of her dog that at the time I didn't know had passed away, but had passed away. And so I drew her dog and then I sent it to her. So I mailed it to her. And um, then we started talking on Facebook like all the time. And that's where it started. When I first started at University of Washington after getting my associates, because I didn't transfer into University of Washington until I had my associates. In between my classes, I had all this free time, and because of the time difference, it just worked out really perfectly. Because in her evenings, she had all of her free time, and so like in the middle of my afternoon, um, and so we just chatted about everything on Facebook, and we did that for like 2 months or so. We did that for like 2 months, and I didn't have any social life whatsoever when I was in college. I The only people I socialized with was people I studied with, which wasn't really socialization considering we were just talking about either differential equations or multivariable calculus or integrals or something. So I asked her to be my girlfriend at that point in time, and that's sort of how it all came about. And so we just had a long distance relationship. After another month or so, we started Skyping and chatting like that. It took her, I don't know, another month and a half, I'd say, of Skyping before she would turn her video on. She wouldn't turn her video on when we first started chatting on Skype. And then we kept talking and being in a relationship for a year before I came to see her for the first time in person. So we dated for like a little over a year before we ever met in person. And I flew here to Poland to in between quarters at school. So between summer and fall. And I spent about 28 days, I think, here in Poland, and then went back to finish my degree. After I finished my degree, I was going to do my master's. I applied to do my master's program, but I didn't get accepted. And the program runs once a year, so I had to wait a year. So I decided to just take the year off from school since I didn't really have much of an option in that regard. And I came here to live with my my wife, which was then just my girlfriend. And while I lived here for that year, I just focused on my YouTube channel. And I ended up growing my YouTube channel enough to make it my full time job. And I never went back to school. And now I live here. That's how it is. How Let me try to catch up with chat really quick. Um, I don't do pixel art. No, I've never done pixel art before. Oh, hey there, Grandpa Steve. Been a long time since I've seen you in chat. You've always been impressed with my range of knowledge. You're curious of what my IQ the last time I was tested. The last time I was tested, I think it was around 125. I haven't tested my IQ since high school. but I've I've always had pretty well above average IQ. I don't talk about it much because it doesn't. When you're younger, it's easier to have a higher IQ. Yeah, when you're younger, it's easier to have a high IQ. But for most people, as you get older, like 30, 25 to like 35, most people's IQ balances out. So I don't know if I were to test today, I'd probably still be above average. I probably wouldn't be 125 anymore or 130. Um, but if I had to guess, I'd probably still put myself in the 95 percentile maybe. If I had to guess. How did I ask for her to be my girlfriend? Um, I basically said, it wasn't romantic. It wasn't all that romantic. Um, I just sort of I just sort of asked. I was like, I like you a lot, and truthfully, I don't have much interest in any of the females around me because I'm so busy with school. And I asked her if she wanted to have an exclusive relationship is sort of how I put it. So it wasn't super romantic or anything like that. And she said yes, of course. Yeah, it was fairly direct. Yeah, it was pretty direct. Yeah, you're welcome for the story. Yeah, I love telling that story because I've never I wasn't looking for I wasn't looking for a girlfriend at the time. I was not interested in trying. I wasn't interested in dating. I wasn't interested in the time commitment, the potential arguments. I wasn't interested in any of that stuff. So the way that we met was sort of the only way I would meet somebody, really. Um, and the only relationship that I would be able to tolerate at the time. Uh, the things that when I had time to talk, it was always convenient for her, and when I had time to talk, it was always and when she had time to talk, it was always convenient for me. So, um, not having the physical restriction, like spending time together, because it was physically impossible to actually spend time together, it actually made it a lot easier to focus on school and focus on doing my homework and not having somebody that's like calling and texting me all the time. So it really just worked out for me to finish college. Because I think if I had a relationship that was in person, where the person can call me or text me whenever and show up at my show up at my apartment, or want to go get food, these distractions would have made it a lot harder for me to focus on school, and which is why I wasn't interested and or looking for any relationship during that time. Um, so it just worked out really well for both of us, I guess you could say. Oh, hey there, Tina. Yeah, it was kind of the most ideal for me, and really for her as well, because she's extremely shy. So it was probably the most comfortable way for her to meet somebody. And I think if you were to ask my wife, like, if she ever imagined, if she ever imagined uh, that she would have met her husband the way that she did, she would have not in a million years. My wife is a very, very private person. She doesn't really like me to discuss too much about her on stream, but I can't help it because the more you know about my wife, the more great you know she is because she's just wonderful. And so I love to talk about her. But the fact that she's just so private, um, the the method in which our relationship started and continued is almost miraculous in a way because of how how private of a person she is. You've been engaged so many times that your friends call you the ring bearer. Wow. No, my wife doesn't watch the live stream. She's at work. Oh, when I no, I think when I was it the first time? I think it might have been, Steve. Yeah, I think it might have been when I flew to Poland for the first time. I believe it was with the the crying baby. Yeah, it had to have been. It had to have been. Oh, thank you, Catherine. Oh, thank you, Tina. Oh, that's always good when you have like a whole row to yourself. I've had a couple flights like that before, and I just lay down on all the seats. I haven't been so lucky with the previous, with my last few flights though. Where's the light coming from in this art? It's coming from this angle here. So it's slightly above, as you can see. The feet are casting a shadow down. So that tells you that the light source needs to be like this. See that you just match the tip of the toe with the tip of the toe of the shadow. and that's the angle there of the light source, and it's pretty much directly behind the subject, and it's a singular light source. How's learning the language coming along? Um, it's it's slow, but I'm trying to focus more on learning Polish. I have a couple new friends that you know I go to the gym with, and I'm always trying to learn some new words every time I go to the gym. So working out working out my body and my mind at the same time. Um, yeah, just trying to learn some new phrases, trying to learn some new words. Just that's about it. I'm not dedicating a terrible amount of time to it just yet. Um, I want to. I do. I want to. Yeah, I know what you mean, Tina. I mean, picking somebody to be a life partner with is a big decision. And I honestly, even though it's kind of comical that you've been engaged so many times that your friends call you ring bearer, I think it's better to have not committed. It's better to have not committed knowing that it's not going to work out. So that's a that's a difficult decision to make. It's a difficult decision to make to not to go through with it, just as it is to go through with it. And if you know that it's not going to work out, then yeah, it's good that you didn't go through with it. And that's just as commendable, really, in a lot of ways. Because truthfully, like I haven't had many relationships in my life. Um, I was never I was never like trying to date a bunch of people growing up, and I just got lucky. I just got lucky finding somebody that I know that I don't need to seek anything else out. That just makes me as happy as I think I could ever be, happier than I ever thought I could be. How many people did I have a crush on? More than I could count. I had the I had a bad experience with crushes when I was in the sixth grade, and it sort of, uh, I'd say it sort of took away my confidence to ever like approach a crush again. So when I was in the, I don't know if I think I've told this story before, but it would have been a long time ago. When I was in the sixth grade, I had this crush on this girl named Whitney, and I just thought she was really cute. And so one day, uh, she knew. I think maybe one of her friends or somebody told her. And so one day I decided to tell her, um, and I made the mistake of doing it during lunch outside with basically everybody else outside. And she she did not reciprocate the feelings um, at all. And she also made sure that I knew very clearly she did not reciprocate the feelings by making fun of me. And all of her friends and guy friends that were there all pointed and laughed at me. And I started to cry. And this was like the first week. It was like the first week of school or something. Uh, and so when you go into middle school, at least when I went into middle school, I came from a really small school where we only had one class per grade, and there was like 20 kids. And when I went to middle school, it was where all the schools come together and the classes are really big. So there's a ton of new people. There's a ton of new people that I've never met before. Whitney being one of them as well. And yeah, first week of sixth grade, and I cry in front of the entire sixth grade class. So yeah, it was pretty traumatizing. And I'd say pretty much from that point forward, I never approached a girl to to ask out or anything. Uh, the all the girlfriends or little girlfriends that I had throughout middle school and high school for the remainder of the time, they always came to me every single time. I never I never approached another girl again from that point forward. And now I'm married to the loveliest girl I could imagine. So it seemed to work out. It seemed to work out okay with me. I just never approached him again. um, when painting a portrait, how do you determine what colors for the underpainting? Uh, it's totally subjective, really. It doesn't matter. Um, a lot of people have like really weird, goofy stuff for underpaintings, but um, at the end of the day, I would say that it really doesn't make a huge difference. It all depends on uh, the look that you want yourself. For oil paint, it can be a little different, but it's just too it's just it's just too vague. Like because there's so many different looks that you could go for with a portrait. Like if you're going for like a real classical portrait or something like that, then you might use like a sienna, like a burnt sienna, and do more of a wash than like an absolute underpainting. So it just, yeah, there's just too many variables really to make a concrete choice or a determination of which colors and how you choose them. For me, when I paint in oil paint, I don't do underpainting uh, with anything specific. I tend to do my underpainting in a similar manner in which the colors themselves appear. So my underpainting is going to be essentially as close as I can get to what the final painting is supposed to look like anyway. And that's how I approach my underpainting mostly. Is just what's going to what's going to get me closer to what my goal is. And so really it's not really an underpainting at all in that way. It's just whatever colors will work best. Yeah, I sometimes think about the people that were mean to me in school and stuff, especially especially some of the girls because I think to myself, you know, of the crushes that I had throughout like high school and stuff, had I ended up with them, like if they were if they were a big part of my my adulthood relationships, how drastically different my life would have ended up because virtually all of them have nothing that I would want. Like they have like I see them on Facebook or something and nothing that I've seen them do, accomplish or have um, is anything that I would want. So even though the incident may have been unjustified or mean, I feel like I won. So I'm good. I'm good in that regard. I mean, I've sailed around the world. I've been to plenty of different countries. I've met people from every walks of life, every continent on the planet. I've met somebody from. Um, yeah, just I've accomplished not everything that I want to accomplish in life, but more than I expected already. Like I've accomplished far more than I expected already, and so yeah, at the end of the day, I think I won. I think I would cry every day in sixth grade to still end up where I'm at here. So all is good. I enjoyed moving to a larger school when I went from primary into middle school. I was excited. I was excited. I had a lot of fun in middle school. I think middle school is probably one of the most fun times in life, really. I did a lot of skateboarding when I was in middle school, which was fun. Did BMX. That's when I started listening to this pretty much the same music that I listen to now as the music that I listened to in middle school. I mean, slightly different. I was a bit more emo phase in middle school than I am now, but I still enjoy like Taking Back Sunday and Under Oath and stuff like that. So I still enjoy the screamo. You were a bully to bullies. That's how I met one of my lifelong friends in second grade. After school one day in second grade, I saw this kid on the ground getting bullied by this older kid, and without without like a second thought, I just dropped my book bag and just ran as fast as I could straight at this kid and tackled him to the ground. Like he was standing over top of this kid from my class that I didn't know, and yeah, I just tackled this bully to the ground, uh, and he was like 2 grades older, so he was quite a bit bigger, but um, didn't stop me from doing it, and yeah, we became like best friends. His name is Brock. I still remember his mom thanking me. Yes, Beverly, I am using medium. I'm using linseed oil. I always mix my paint with a little bit of linseed oil until I get a very soft texture, similar to mayonnaise. And I'm using a number two filbert synthetic bristled brush. I know you've said it before, but I don't remember what was the classification of the ship that I was on. I was on an aircraft carrier. Yeah, I was on the USS Abraham Lincoln, and then I was also on the USS Nimitz. So I was on two different aircraft carriers. Although I was transferred to the Nimitz while it was in dry dock. so I was never actually out to sea on the Nimitz, but I did do a 9 month, a 9.5 month deployment on the Abraham Lincoln. Well, thank you, Margaret. Hopefully, I haven't missed anybody's questions. If I have, feel free to ask the question again. Sometimes I lose track of where I'm at in the chat, so I'm not. I don't ever purposefully ignore anybody's question. Just so you're aware. If I happen to miss it. I'm actually going to change directions here and grab this brush. I'm going to zoom out. I'm going to come back to the figure, but I'm going to fill in the background. So let's see, let's put the edge, I think like right here. That's good enough. Do you have to submit this work online? Yes, yes I do. About the doll that I'm painting, I got a pair of them from your boyfriend, but they are so fragile that I'm scared to change their position. Are yours also so fragile? They don't feel fragile to me, no. They feel they feel pretty good. Um, they're a little clunky. They're not. I would say like the build quality. I'd give them a. The build quality. I'd give them maybe like a 7 out of 10 because they're a little clunky, and it takes a bit more effort than I'd like for me to get them into positions and stuff. But overall, totally satisfied. They're very photogenic. They're very photogenic. So they look pretty good even if you can't get them perfect. Like I feel like this is a natural looking pose. It's and I worked, to get the pose as natural looking as I could get. And even though like in my hand the figure is not as natural as I'd like it to be, when I take the photo, it it looks pretty natural. It like if I were to draw it, I mean I did draw it, um, but say if I were to remove the fact that it is a figure and not like an actual person sitting there on the cube, I'd say it looked fairly natural. Yeah, the artwork is critiqued when I submit it. Oh, that's fantastic, Steve. Yeah, I'm glad that you like the perspective tutorials and they've been helpful. It was fun to go through those perspective tutorials. It's been quite a long time since I've done perspective, and I've never taught perspective before. It's just something that I've known for so long that sometimes I forget how complex it can be. It is a very natural position. Yeah, yeah. I spent quite a bit of time getting the figurine in that in this particular position, but not not a ton of time. It wasn't that difficult to do. Same thing with the position I got for the guy. If you watched the previous oil painting live stream, uh, that position I used the guy figure for that, and I felt like that position came out really well. I think maybe just his left hand felt a little stiff, but even in that case, I think if I were to draw it as an actual person, I'd be able to modify the positioning of the hand enough to make it even look more natural. But yeah, I'm really, really pleased with these figures. The only thing is I wish they were bigger. When I bought them, I thought that they were like gonna be relatively large, but they're kind of small. And after I got them, I looked to see if there's other ones like this that are bigger, and I just couldn't find any. Do I pre-mix the linseed oil into the paint at the beginning? Yes, yes I do. Yeah, I use this little eyedropper. Use this little eyedropper. I put I'm just using four shades of gray for my paint. I put a blob of paint down, um, and then I do about 4 or 5 drops to start off with in each of the colors, and then I mix it, and then I add more where I feel like I need it. Oh, thank you, Steve. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's good to know that you went through the perspective tutorials. I it has been a little while since I got to chat with you in one of my live streams, so it's always a pleasure seeing you. Oh yeah, the additional little like hands and stuff that you get with the figurines are really cool. Yeah, there's like 40 different hand combinations or whatnot. You have like hands that are clasped and held together in different poses, and then you have individual hands, individual left and right hands that you can really just do so many different things. Honestly, I kind of want to produce these. Like I want to make my own in 3D and in Blender, and then see if I can get them. It'd be cool to get them like mass produced and have my own drawing figurine in a slightly less exaggerated style, because the bust is a little bit extreme, but it still looks good though. But I'd love to have one that's like, I don't know, maybe like 20 centimeters tall or something. I think that would be really cool. But I mean, you'd have to charge quite a bit for them. You know, probably be like $150 or something. Hello, hello. I am in Poland, actually. I am originally from the United States, but I live in Poland. Thank you. I've never been to India. It's definitely been one of the countries I've really wanted to visit. Hopefully one day. Hopefully one day. I think next year I'm going to try to do as much traveling as I can. Hopefully with one more year the travel restrictions will be gone. Um, I'm really annoyed that they're still in place, but what can I do about it? Absolutely nothing. So I really wanted to go home this summer, but they still haven't lifted the traveling restrictions. I appreciate everybody that has come by today and chatted. All the questions and everything really makes the time go by so quickly. And I hope that everyone's enjoying the live stream. What do you think about the art industry in India? Oh, I would be lying if I said I knew anything about the art industry in India specifically. I'm not sure I know much about the art industry, period. I can leave Poland and I can enter the US, but I can't with my wife. My wife cannot enter the US. Um, Only US citizens. Yeah, I checked traveling restrictions I think like a week and a half ago or something because I was talking with my family and I I intended on, I like to go home in July because of July 4th. A lot of people have that time off work. They usually have like a long weekend around July 4th, and so it's nice to be able to go during that time. And that's usually when I like to travel back to the United States, but obviously for the past couple years that's not been an option, and it's uh, the last couple times that I did travel back to the United States, my wife was not able to come, and so I knew that the next time that I wanted to go back, I want to bring her with me, and I can't, and it's really annoying. Oh, I don't know anything about the Indian Art Fair actually. Yeah, I've never heard of it. Yeah, I can't imagine doing it any other way, Beverly, as far as mixing the oil directly into the paint. However, um, different paint has different consistencies and gloss to it. So you'll almost always have an uneven finish with an oil paint, which is why you have to varnish it. So you can choose a gloss varnish, a satin varnish, or a matte varnish. And whichever varnish you choose, it will take whatever it is, whatever your oil painting looks like, and even it out. So I either make it all glossy or all satin or all matte. Oh, thank you, Victor. Oh, it's one of the biggest art fairs in the world. Yeah, I didn't know. As far as like the global art scene, truthfully, I don't really follow anything. Like I don't know artists by name or anything like that. I just like to do it myself. I don't enter competitions. I don't know what other countries are doing that's art related. I'm not associated with like any in-person groups um, here in Poland. Like I don't know anything about the art scene here in Poland. I know that when I go to Krakow, that there's artists that set up outside and sell their work. Um, but I've never had a conversation with any of them. Yeah, I don't really follow anything in particular in regards to that. Okie dokie. Now I'm, for the background here, I mix these two colors. Oh, my palette knife is right here. It's so strange to do this on a Thursday. Usually would do this kind of live stream on a Friday, and tomorrow I'm doing the live critiques. So it almost feels like the weekend for me, even though it's just Thursday. That should be good and mixed. I don't think you're alone with that, Marisa. I've had many comments that express that same exact uh, uh, reason for listening. See here. I think I'll just grab the large brush here. I decided to jump to the background and fill this in before doing more work on the figurine because it's just looks better when the background is filled in. So I'm just going to do this really quick, get my lines cleaned up, and then I can just focus on the gradients on the figurine and stuff. Is there a certain brand of oil paint that I prefer? No, not really. Oil paint is graded. All oil paint has classification on whether or not it's student level or studio or professional. And uh, you weren't here earlier. I think I was, who was I talking to? I don't remember. I think I was just generally talking to everybody. When it comes to like getting started with oil paint, uh, you don't need a lot of colors. And in fact, if you're just starting out, then I would say just get black and white. Start with black and white. Learn learn brush control, learn values, learn mixing, learn blending, learn gradients, because that's where you need to start no matter what. And since you only need black and white, uh, get get high quality paint. Don't start at the student level. Don't start at the studio level. Start at the professional level. Just get the highest quality paint that you can get. Because once you get good with just mixing and creating gradients and everything with just black and white, you're still only going to need maybe five colors generally. to really get started with color, because you don't want to add too much color. You don't want to go out and get 20 colors of paint. It's too overwhelming. Most people just don't know how to work with, a couple colors. So start with just black and white, and then grab the primaries. Get like a cobalt. Get like trying to think of the red. I don't know what the red could have several different names, but you get a blue, get a yellow, get a red, and then maybe like a brown color would be good. Yeah, like a brown, and then get one more gray. So get like a 50% neutral gray. That way you don't always have to mix black and white to get gray. And with those 7 colors, you're gonna be able to paint whatever you want. But just get them in high quality paint. Don't don't go cheap on the paint, because the higher quality, the further the paint spreads. Most people don't know that. You can kind of think of it like pan pastels, if you're familiar with those. They're kind of pricey, but goodness, they last forever. Good quality paint lasts a really long time because you can just keep moving it on the paper. And uh, high quality paint has very, very little filler to it. And filler is what's going to make your paint more translucent as you blend it. I've never been told I have a good jawline. That's a that's a new compliment for me. Thank you. I do go to the gym, but I just started going back to the gym. When I was in the military, I worked out a lot, and that was over a decade ago. So I can't quite say it's from that, but I just started going back to the gym about a month ago, maybe a little less than a month ago. So I don't have too many workouts under my belt to to make any claims that that is the reason. So the paper that I'm working on, Jackstar, is canvas paper, and the important feature of the surface that you work on is that there is almost always the necessity for a layer of what's called gesso. And you can kind of think of gesso as just being acrylic paint. And the gesso has two purposes. One, it prevents the oil paint from leaking through to the other side of the surface that you're working on. It also helps prevent the oil paint from soaking into the surface. So if you're for me personally, I like to work like when I do my own kind of artwork, um, not these assignments. Um, I like to work on wood called panel, and you would never want to paint the oil directly onto the wood because it's going to like seep into the wood. So you paint it with gesso first to give the oil paint something to stick to. It will stick better to it first off, and then second, it won't seep in as much. So um, that's how you prevent it from going through your paper. Is that you always have a gesso surface. Yeah, Gamblin is a good brand. Yeah, Gamblin has different uh, different levels of oil paint in their collection. You can get student grade, studio grade, and professional grade, I believe, with Gamblin. Most brands offer different levels of of their paint. Oh, hey there, Diane. Yeah, there's also linen. Yeah, there's linen surfaces as well that you can use. There's a bunch of different surfaces that you can work on with oil paint. This here is just canvas paper that is already gessoed. It comes pre-coated, so you can just sit down and paint. It's very convenient. Very good for practice. What's the difference between studio grade, student grade, and professional? Oh, you've never heard of studio grade. A studio grade is just in between student and professional. So you can imagine that like student grade paint, like a tube being $5, studio paint being like $10, and professional being like 15. That's usually that's usually about where it is. And these different scales are sort of arbitrary. So not every brand has like a student and studio and professional. It's just that you'll come across studio paints in certain brands, in some brands. I'm trying to think of I'm trying to think of a brand off the top of my head, but I can't really. Yeah, sometimes companies they misuse these words for their materials, so you might come across like a cheap brand that says like professional oil paints, but they may be misusing the word professional. But I think technically they're supposed to have a maximum amount of like each grade has a maximum of filler that's allowed to be in it. So for instance, like a student a student tier oil paint can have a maximum of like 49% filler or something crazy. And then a studio quality can have a maximum of like 35%. And then a professional can have only a maximum of like 9%. I'm just making those numbers up completely. But I think it's supposed to be like that. It's supposed to be that they can only have a certain percentage of filler in the paint for it to be considered a professional or studio or student quality paint. So don't quote me on those numbers exactly because I just pulled them out of thin air. How was my art when I was in the sixth grade? Um, I was already selling my artwork to students when I was in the sixth grade. My first commission was to draw a Honda CRX. No, Honda. It was it? Yeah, I know it had C and X in it. Maybe it was like a Honda Civic CX or something like that. It was um it was a coupe. CRX. I want to say CRX. Yeah, I think it was a Honda CRX. I don't know. Maybe I'm misremembering the acronym there, but yeah, I drew a car for a kid. His name was Logan, and he paid me $7 for it. That was my first commission in sixth grade. I didn't really do much commissions, obviously, but when I was in high school, I had one of my largest commissions. I painted a picture for this girl, Molly. I painted I painted a picture of her brother playing football. She had a photo reference. He was on the varsity football team, and so I painted 18 by 24-inch size portrait. I guess I don't sports painting. I don't know what to call that. If there's a specific genre of painting a football player playing football, I don't know if you would call that a portrait or what you'd call that exactly, but she paid me $30. I got ripped off. I got so ripped off. $30 is just nothing for that size. It was acrylic painting, but goodness gracious. It took a considerable amount of time. Oh, hey there, Susan. Oh wow, I just realized it's 1400. This is when I would usually be starting. Oil paint's my favorite, hands down, doesn't come close. Yep, no other medium comes close to oil painting, which is why I don't teach oil painting because it's my last remaining artistic hobby. No, his last name wasn't Paul. Although Logan Paul and I did grow up in the same state, relatively close to each other, actually. He's definitely from the same low tier area of Ohio. But yeah, we both grew up in Ohio. But no, Logan, what was his last name? I'm not good with last names with people I went to school with, to be honest with you. I'm not even really that good with names with the people I went to school with. I sometimes I come across um, people I supposedly went to school with, and I'm like, I don't remember you. A lot of people remember me from school. I don't know why. I never felt I never felt like I was very memorable in school, but apparently I was. A lot of people know me from school, and I don't know a lot of people from school. Like I didn't have a lot of friends when I was in school and stuff. At least not a lot of friends that I hung out with outside of school. Very, very few people did I hang out with outside of school. Your favorite medium is colored pencil? Yeah. Yeah, colored pencil is a fun medium. I'm trying to think of what my second favorite is. Um, I'd say my second favorite might be just ink. Uh, just graphite and ink. And then maybe pastel pencils and colored pencils. They're sort of they're sort of tied for third. What about the rest of you? What's your favorite mediums? Is there anybody's favorite medium oil pastel? The answer to that question is yes, then you can unsubscribe and leave. No sane person has a favorite medium of oil pastel. I don't trust anybody that likes oil pastel. Pastels, colored pencils, then watercolor. You love watercolor, but you do like oil pastels? No, I just find oil pastels to be just a medium I don't understand. Oil pastels is just a medium I don't think I'll ever understand. Watercolor pyrography or pro prography? What is prography? I thought it was at first I thought it was pyrography, wood burning. Soft oil pastels. Yeah, I think gouache is going to be my next medium to try out, like actual gouache. I have put off purchasing them. I almost did a couple weeks ago, but um, I'm having a really hard time spending any money right now because I bought a house for my dad a couple months ago, or not even a couple months ago, or maybe it was 2 months ago, I guess. But it's hard to it's hard to spend money on things that I don't actually need in the at the moment. Yeah, I love all kinds of mediums. Yeah, I agree, Beverly. Nothing compares to oil. It's just unlike any other medium. It's just so unique and it's just so fun to work with. It's just so fun to work with. There's just boundless ways to use them and different techniques. You can use them with a brush, you can use them with a palette knife, you can use it on canvas, you can use it on wood. I mean, just so many, such a versatile medium. You can get smooth results like I'm doing here. You can use it to create texture. You can get the wax filler. Like you can add wax filler to your oil paint to create like really deep textures, and you can go for like a really brush strokey look like Van Gogh, or just all kinds of just all kinds. There's just so many. So many. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I didn't know about the water soluble pastels. Yeah, I like colored pencils. I like colored pencils because of the slowness. There's a certain level of control that you have with colored pencils that you don't have in other mediums. And that's why I like them. Like, that's the big difference between colored pencils and pastel pencils. Pastel pencils are great. You have a lot of control, but they make up for their lack of control by having a bit more speed and layerability. So you can do a lot with going from dark to light with pastel pencils that you can't do with colored pencils. But again, colored pencils has a higher degree of control, which is something that I like a lot with that particular medium. Oh, I do like markers. Yeah, I like markers a lot too, though I don't use them very much anymore. I use them to make birthday cards for my wife. Oh, I didn't. I don't think I. You guys want to see the blob story that I made for my wife this year? Did I show you? I don't think I showed you guys. So for those of you that don't know, I think a majority of you probably do. But my wife and I, we don't really do presents all that much for our birthdays. Um, ever since we started dating, um, the our birthdays, the first time we celebrated each other's birthdays, uh, we hadn't met yet. So that the first 2 years that we were together, um, we we weren't physically together for our birthdays. So what we did uh, is we made our birthday cards for each other. The other thing that I came up with is these things that we call blob stories. And I'm pretty sure I showed some of the blob stories over the years that we've been making them. So that's our main thing. We hand make all of our birthday cards for each other on our birthdays, and then we also make blob stories. And I don't think I showed you guys the blob story that I made for my wife this year. So let me finish filling in this little area here and I'll go grab it. Because she actually still has it on her dresser over there. So, and I'll show everybody what I mean by blob stories. All right. I'll be right back. So this is what a blob story looks like. So every year, each of us make a blob story, and it's exactly 9 panels, and we tell a story of the year. So that's sort of what our blob stories are meant to do. We sort of from birthday to birthday, we sort of in 9 panels talk about like the most memorable parts of the year. And so this is the blob story I gave my wife for her birthday this year. And we've been doing this since the first birthday. So um, we've been, that'd be, I think the first birthday would have been 2015. Yeah. So 7 years we've been doing this. And so the story here, and a lot of this is sort of inside jokes between the two of us, because obviously this picture doesn't really mean anything to any of you. But this was my first FIDE tournament last August. So last year, last August. And this was a week-long trip that my wife and I took to Ustron and I played in a tournament. Um, and this is leaving the tournament, so leaving the school that I was playing. And so in Blob Stories, the whole thing with the Blob Story is that a blob is a person, and it is whoever you want it to be, and they're they're they don't have like specified gender attributes in any way. They're just blobs, just like this. They're just blank, no facial features, nothing. And that's the whole like concept of them that I came up with a long time ago. And so this is us walking from the playing hall, and this is me saying she played right into my prep with e4, bishop c4, knight f6, d4, knight takes e4. Um, because when I play a game of chess, I always tell my wife, I always talk through the moves and I tell her what's happening. She has she has no idea. Like she has a slight idea of what I'm talking about, but she can't picture the she can't actually picture the board. So the story here is me playing chess, me walking, telling her about the game, and I'm just going through the moves and stuff. And she's just like, mm-hmm. And then here, I continue on with the game. So I take on c3, and she goes bishop b4, skewering my rooks, but she missed rook f3 check. And my wife is just like, yeah, because she can't really follow the stuff. She doesn't play chess the way that I do. So that's the first story. Each line always has one story, and we always have to boil it down to like the bare minimum, right? That's the challenge and the fun. It makes the stories more enjoyable. Here, you can see this is me sitting at my desk, uh, and this is my wife calling out to me. She calls me sweetie, and I call her cutie. Um, we don't use traditional pet names, so we use those. Um, and so she's calling me to the kitchen, which she does all the time. And this was when I started playing Lost Ark. Uh, if you don't know what Lost Ark is, it's just a video game. And I'm saying that I can't, that I'm in a raid. When I first started playing Lost Ark, I couldn't play on my computer because, well, I not the computer that I live stream on is a Mac, which doesn't play video games. But my laptop wasn't strong enough, so I was always using my wife's laptop for the first like couple weeks that I was playing the game. And so she's asking me for her laptop, and I'm doing something else that I can't give it to her. And so this is me buying my new computer and giving her back her laptop. And the funny thing is, like, I bought a gaming PC for video games, obviously, and there's not really any space around my desk, so it sits like behind it, and it's like really big. So I drew this giant computer here, handing back her laptop. So that's that story. The last story here, you can you've probably gathered by this point, but this is obviously the story of me buying udon because uh, we were in bed one day and I had already I had already started looking for a snake, and I I was just looking because I was curious. I wasn't looking to buy. I was looking out of curiosity to see if there was anybody around me that even sold snakes. And that's when I found Udon, and he was right here in my city of Katowice. And I told my wife that I'm going to buy a snake, and she actually said, "Sure." She said, "Sure." And I bought them. I That's when I bought udon. I transferred the money to the seller, and when my wife came home, I told her that I bought a snake, and she was not pleased. She was not pleased at all. So this is her sitting in the kitchen, angry, um, and then this is obviously me showing her udon. Uh, so yeah, this is the Blob Story. We make these every year. We have not missed a single year. And literally, our entire relationship is documented with the Blob Stories. Anyways, that's uh, that's Blob Story. I think I so one of the other sort of jokes that I make with my wife is that um, I only married her because once we've been married for 50 years, I get a medal from the Polish president. And I said I just married her to get that medal, and which isn't true because obviously I married her before I even knew that. But I said that when we get to the 50 years, that I'm going to take all the blob stories and make a book out of them. There will have to be some rewrites a little bit, but I imagine like redrawing all of the blobs and sort of making some making some notes so that people that haven't experienced our life sort of have the context. But yeah, gold medal from the government. But maybe I'll do it after 25 years. So every quarter century, I'll put Blob Story. I'll put a Blob Story book out. All right, let's finish filling in the background here. Do my wife and I have some funny word games that involve English and Polish? Um, no, I don't think so. I'm trying to think of like, I don't know, something related to English and Polish that I don't think I don't think there's anything. Not related to the language differences anyway. Nothing I can think of off the top of my head. You have your 50th coming up in December. That is magnificent, Susan. That is absolutely magnificent. You'll have to you'll have to remind me uh later on in the year, Susan, so that I can send you and your husband something. Because there's just no way I can't. Like celebrating 50 years, that's beyond like the greatest thing. That's just wonderful. So I would love to send you something. Diane, you got a couple decades under your belt, don't you? Aren't you right around, I don't know, I want to say like your 35th anniversary or something? Oh, thank you, Derry. Appreciate that. 31, yeah. Yest, yest is a conjugation of uh, to be. So you can think of yest as like is. Um, Jest dobrze is good. It is good. That's sort of, yeah. The verbs in Polish are quite a bit different and hard to explain. They don't translate as they don't translate as clear to to English directly because the way that they're used is a bit different. You send me an email, Tina. What you're talking about? Through PayPal. Oh, okay. I will let you know. Oh, okay, I got it here. Oh, thank you so much, Tina, for the donation. I really appreciate that. Good luck is powodzenia. So no, no, powodzenia is good luck. I won't have too much left to do after I finish this filling in the background here. I gotta do the this will be a gradient around the edge there. So I'll put those gradients in, but and then I'll just fiddle with the gradients on the actual figure itself. You're holding your breath as I paint. This is the easy part. This is the easy part. I don't struggle at all with this. This is one of my favorite parts to do. Cleaning up the edges. That would take it takes about 36 hours for this to dry. It will take about 24 for it to get tacky. So by this time tomorrow, if I touch it, the paint will still get on my finger, but it won't really move around as much. But after about, yeah, maybe 48 hours, about 2 days, then you can touch it very lightly and it won't transfer to your finger, but you can still leave fingerprints in it, so you wouldn't want to touch it. I would say about 5 days, maybe 5 or 6 days to a week before you can handle it without leaving fingerprints. So the reason that this is easy, aside from the fact I've been doing it for so many years, but actually, what you do, I'll show you down there when it's easier. But essentially, what you do, so this edge of the box there, in order to get crisp, clean edges, and the reason it's so easy is because if you push the brush down, let me zoom in. I'll get real close so you can see how precise it is. And it can't. Oh, look at that! Nice and focused. So you get your paintbrush loaded up with some paint, and what you do is you put the brush, but not all the way up against the edge, and then you move it towards the edge. And as you get to the edge, you're going to be bumping up against the paint that you already laid. And as you bump up against it, you just gently go back and forth, and you'll get a clean edge. And so there won't actually be very much mixing between the two colors, because you want to think of it as like creating a barrier. They sort of like push up against each other, but they never actually mix. And so that's why it's kind of easy, actually. It's not very difficult to get those clean edges and do these outlines. One of my favorite things. Just one more reason oil painting is better than everything else. Just a few more spots to do here. And then you guys can exhale. Stop holding your breath. These tight little corners, they're the tricky spots. There we go. Now I need this color. This is my gradient buffer. I just sort of mix these colors. Something like that. Whenever you try to get close to edge, it makes you makes you nervous. Um, when you get the rhythm, that's yeah, that's where you want to get to. If you feel too nervous, that's when you're gonna mess up. You gotta it's all about brush confidence. Yeah, it's all about brush confidence. Yeah, you gotta be confident. Fixing edges is relatively simple with oil paint. You'll notice here, like the box here, I'm gonna mess up this edge as I blend out this gradient, and then I'll fix it after I get this gradient put in. But getting this gradient put in, that's the hard part. This is what takes. This is what makes me nervous. Putting in the gradient. The key to these larger gradients, blending them out, is having a clean brush. You don't want to have a lot of excess paint on it. You want to throw your paint down onto the paper and then blend it with a relatively clean brush. So you can't see, but off camera, I'm wiping the excess paint off my brush. And then coming back through and very, very delicately touching the paper, just barely touching the bristles to the paper. And that's how you get that soft gradient. You have to be, you also have to be careful about like the uh, where you move the brush. So if you start up here, you have to stay there and then you have to gradually move down. If you come here and then you move down too far, you're going to get streaks. So again, I'm going to mess up the edge of the block there, but it's an easy fix. The block is the easy part, the gradient is not. So, thank you, Tina. The other thing you got to be careful with is when you're blending, since you're using a cleaner brush with less paint, there is a small tendency to actually start removing paint from your paper. So you have to be conscious of that as well, which is why you have to lay down a fairly generous amount of paint, which you saw me do. I sort of globbed down an in-between value and mushed it around a bit. And then now I'm blending it to get these soft gradients. And that's how you get those soft gradients. So you have to add quite a bit of paint, not like a huge glob or anything, but you just want to make sure that you have enough there that as you're wiping it off with the other um, brush, that you're not wiping it off completely. And now I'll just come back through here and fix this edge. Easy edge fix. And I'll do the same thing over here, but I have a lighter color, so I got to clean my brush a little bit. Let's check in on Udon. I haven't checked on him in a while. Oh, he moved. Yeah, he moved a little bit. Okay, that should be good. This. So once again, I'll just come over here and go right up the edge here. And I'm essentially replacing the paint. So you don't want to like brush several times because you're going to lift off. You're going to lift off where you're going to lift off those darker colors that you just painted over. So I usually just wipe those off immediately. Yeah, and there we go. So now I'm going to put this brush over. I'm going to grab my little brush and I'm going to work on the head a bit more. I'm going to blend out these gradients a bit better. Maybe I can zoom in a touch. Oh yeah, yeah. I am always using my hand as a bridge. Yeah, I'm always doing this. I do it with colored pencils and pastels a lot as well. You just don't see it very much. Sorry, I'm gonna try to stay in frame here. Like a marching band outside right now. I can't remember if today or if it was yesterday that was Kids Day. I think it was yesterday. I think yesterday was Kids Day, and so they're doing some kind of celebration. All right, let's come down to the neck now. I'm just using really, really small amounts of paint, trying to smooth out the gradients. This is really the hardest part, especially when I'm working flat the way that I am. I would definitely recommend not working flat like this. I'm just doing this for the sake of the live stream, but this makes it harder, I should say, actually, quite a bit harder. Oh, hey there, Jesse. Good to see you. I need to get some water. All right, let's see. Maybe a little bit of work on this arm here. Can go a little bit darker. Yeah, a little bit darker right in here. Some of the features there are a bit harder to see. I'm going to soften the edge of this just a little bit. That was one thing that we could do with this, that I could do with this painting, is I can also soften. I almost forgot about that. I can soften the edges of my cast shadows. Yeah, I don't have to. They don't have to be so strict in placement anymore. Do I have a reference photo? Yes, yes, I have reference photo for this project. Um, it's a reference photo I took myself. So I set this scene up with my little figurine. Now I'm going to lightly blend out the edges here of my cast shadows. It's difficult in this light to see. Just another reason not to work flat like this. Oftentimes the light makes it harder to visually see what you're doing. It's more of like a feeling. That makes those cast shadows feel a lot more natural. Yeah, it looks a lot better. I have the same thing over here on this shadow. I can soften this edge here. And all of this edge back here as well. Yeah, all of this is really soft. I'm just moving the paint, so there's no real technique here, just sort of mixing right at the edge there. And then I'll sort of smear it a little bit more. Not really the best brush choice. Bit small, but whatever. If it works, it works. What happened to the locks? I cut them off like 4 years ago. Um, I got rid of them because they were really heavy. It was hurting my neck. I mean, they weighed like, forget how much they weighed when I cut them off, but it's like 2 pounds. It's like 2 pounds of hair hanging off my head. Every once in a while, I miss them, but then my neck starts hurting for no reason other than having a bad neck. And then I don't miss them anymore. Oh, hey there, Lilia. Good to see you. So this is just a number 2 synthetic filbert brush. Nothing special about it. Um, yeah, nothing too special about this brush here. Does my hand hurt painting like you do here? Nope. Nope. My hand, the key is keeping your hand relaxed. Don't death grip. Don't death grip your brush. Pretty much the same rules I have with pencils. You don't want to you don't want to grip too heavily because first off, it's unnecessary. The most people tend to really heavily grip their utensil because they're trying to be precise, but that comes from a lack of confidence. If you want to be precise, you have to be relaxed. Yeah, you got to be relaxed. So, um, if your hand is hurting, it's probably because you're gripping your paintbrush or your pencil way too tightly, unnecessarily. It will be unnecessary to grip heavily. All right, I think that cast shadows accidentally smeared my finger across the background, making a mess, making a mess of all of my paint. I got a couple little spots on the back I need to cover. A couple little blank spots I missed. Another downfall of painting flat is you can miss those areas because the light reflection can make you miss them. I'm gonna zoom out all the way so you guys can see the final painting here. I think maybe I can add a little bit more blurriness to this cast shadow. Not totally satisfied with it. There. I think that's good enough. I think that's good enough. I'm satisfied. What do you guys think? You guys like it? I'm gonna take this excess paint out of my brush really quick. And then I will untape it and we'll have a finished painting. About 5 hours. 5 hour project. A little less than 5 hours. About 4.5. Okie dokie. Let's untape this. Okay, Susan. Yeah, you take care. Have a lovely day. Yeah, you have a great day as well, Victor. From Baltimore. I won't forget now. Thanks for coming by and hanging out. All right. Okay, and there you go. There's the finished painting. Gotta clean off my hands a little bit. Got some paint on them. Yeah, this was a fun project. I really like the subject. Um, I have my other one hanging on the wall over there, probably thoroughly dried by now, since it's been a while since I worked on it. But I really like these figurines. The next painting that I'm going to do is actually going to be both of them. So I'm going to come up with a pose to incorporate both of them sort of interacting together. But anyways, that is going to do it for today. So I hope you guys enjoyed hanging out with me these past 5 hours. I had a blast. It was a little bit slow to start since some of you were still sleeping. Um, but once everybody got on, it was a lot of fun, and I enjoyed the conversation. The conversation today was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it, and I'll be back tomorrow. So don't forget, tomorrow is the live critique. So If you haven't submitted your artwork for the live critique, just make sure you do that either in the Discord or the Facebook group. For those of you in the art club, I posted the monthly mastery, so that is up. You can get started on that if you want. But otherwise, enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll see all of you lovely people tomorrow. Take care. Peace.